Father, thank you for this day and our many blessings. We ask that you guide and direct us during these difficult times and bring peace, harmony, and unity to our great nation. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Pastor, while the flag is being posted, we are prepared to stand for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag is being posted on our screen. Let us all stand. I pledge allegiance to the
flag
of
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all. Thank you. May be seated. We'll now have our roll call. Madam Vice Chair, Sheila Dickerson.
Here.
Mr. Foy. David Bunn.
Here.
Mark Speed.
Here.
Cedric Jones.
Here.
Michael Shriver.
Here.
All right. I want to remind you that during the meeting tonight that at each vote, the board is going to, we're going to ask you to respond to a roll call vote. All right.
Okay.
Item 1 on our agenda is the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, that motion was by whom?
Me.
Is that Mr. Bunn? And
Yes,
second by
Me.
Mr. Speed.
That's right.
All right. Madam Vice Chair. Okay. You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, we will proceed for a roll call vote. Madam Vice Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bunn.
Yes.
Mr. Speed.
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Shriver.
Yes.
All right, and I vote yes. Motions have it. All in favor of the list said aye.
Aye.
No no's. The motion is passed. Item 2 on the agenda is comments from the public. We have 3 persons who have indeed signed up for public comments. The first person being Frank Winstead. Mr. Winstead may indeed speak, give his name and his address for the benefit of the clerk. Mr. Winstead. Okay. Mr. Winstead is not here. Jeremy Neal. Okay. Is Corey available here? Is everybody signed in?
I'm here, sir. I'm working with Mr. Ford right now.
Okay.
I think some of our public comment people are unable to log in as well.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's give Corey a minute to work with everybody. Okay. I thought I heard Mr. Ford at one time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
as you know, we have 3 speakers tonight that have signed up for public comment. So you might just want to go ahead and call those folks out and let them know that we're having some technical difficulty, but that we'll get to them just as soon as we can.
Okay. The third one that we called Frank Winstead and Jeremy Neal. Scott Strickland, is he having problems as well?
I believe Mr. Strickland's available.
Okay. Scott Strickland.
I'm here.
All right, Mr. Strickland. Would you give your name and address, please?
Scott Strickland, 40 Sheila's Lane, Lewisburg, North Carolina. I just
All right,
wanted to thank all y'all, and it's National MS Week. I just want to make sure y'all recognize all the MS personnel, and I wanted to thank y'all for getting the broadband online, and just let you know that we're still having some radio trouble out here in the communities with the paging and stuff. And I thank you for all you do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Strickland. Is Mr. Winstead, Frank Winstead, available yet? How about Mr. Jeremy Neal? All right, Mr. Neal, if you would give us, state your name and address, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the screen's a little bit different than it has been the last 2 times. Jeremy Neal, 2859 White Level Road, Castalia, North Carolina, 27816. That is a Franklin County address, not a Nash County address. The items I had pointed out in my comments or my email were the emergency radios. One of the issues is we were on phase 1. We went to phase 2 in order for it to work with the consoles at the 911 communication center. Once that was enacted, there was an issue, a problem that we could not use phase 2, and we went back to phase 1. We have either paid for or have paid towards phase 2 with Harris Radio. And my question was, why could we not, as a county, financially penalize them for either a daily, weekly, or monthly time period for in which what we have been paid for or have agreed to that we are not receiving? Right now, we are not using phase 2. I do not know if that means we've also bought consoles that we're not able to use or not, but I know that we're not currently able to use our phase 2. Also, we have a county consultant that works in between the county and Harris Radio. Why do we not have that gentleman present to the Board of Commissioners directly so he can give you his observation and his opinion of the current state of the radio system? My other item was Open Band LLC. With the presentation tonight, which is great because we've not had one since February. They've not done a newsletter since January. Could we disclose how much money we have paid them since last June when this agreement was made? We have 875 citizens on a waiting list that at this time benefit zero from Open Broadband LLC agreement, but we have paid money out as well. Echoing what Scott pointed out, this week is National EMS Week. Our EMS workers, more so than ever, are on the front line with the current situation and the current times. I personally would like to thank them for their efforts, their hard work, and their sacrifice, as well as I'd like to see our county recognize them. Thank you for your time. Again, I'd like to thank the county staff for their efforts to make these Zoom meetings work. I know y'all are getting criticism over them, but this is only the 3rd one that's ever been done in Franklin County, and I think so far y'all have done a great job with it.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Thank you, sir. Is Mr. Winstead available? Frank Winstead? Mr. Frank Winstead. Coy? Do we know whether Coy has had any connection with Ms. Coy? Have you had any connection with Frank Winstead?
Still working on that.
Okay. I mean, you want me to go where? I'll have to turn this on, go to another computer
Corey, how close are we to getting Mr. Foy on board?
Couple of minutes.
Okay. And are you working with Mr. Winstead at the present time?
Hang on one second.
Look like we have Jay Neal that's available at this moment.
Who said that?
This is Barry.
I've already spoken.
Barry's already spoken. I mean, Jay Neal's already spoken, Barry. Now, if you can get Frank Winstead on the line, Barry, you'd be doing a great job for us. With that pretty red Corvette sitting there. Okay.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. My name is Frank Winstead.
Yes, Mr. Winstead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You state your name and address, Mr. Winstead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Frank Winstead. I live in the Pinecroft subdivision, a suburb of the free town of Youngsville. Item number 8 on tonight's agenda consists of a list of 9 names that the commissioners are considering for appointment to the Franklin County Community Advisory Council. I was curious about who are these people. When I want to find out about people, particularly people doing anything with the government, one of my favorite databases is the North Carolina State Board of Elections voter roll, which is updated online weekly. It has a real nice feature of telling exactly which county a registered voter lives in. So if somebody has a Wake Forest address, the voter roll knows whether that address is in Wake, Franklin, or Granville counties. I looked up these 9 names. 6 of the names show up as registered voters in Franklin County. 2 of the names show up as being registered to vote in Wake County. That seems a little odd. Do 2 Wake County residents care so much about the health care in Franklin County that they want to represent a community they do not even live in? And 1 name I cannot find listed in either county. Why would somebody who is not even a registered local voter even want to represent Franklin County? And also, why is it so hard for Franklin County government to find Franklin County residents willing to speak for Franklin County on local issues and particularly issues related to health care? I guess we should feel fortunate that there are people in Wake County and parts unknown that are willing to look out for the interest of us folks here in Franklin County. I'm not saying there is anything out of the ordinary with the Franklin County government, but it is making me homesick. I am originally from Rocky Mount. Thank you. Have a good night, and may all your technical problems go away. Good night, y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Winstead.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could we get Mr. Winstead's physical address? This is the second time he's spoken to us in our virtual meetings, but does not give his address, just the fact he lives in a community. And I think that would be important for the record.
Is there any way we can get him back?
Maybe we could look him up in the voter registration rolls.
Good idea.
I think Kristen has his email. She might be able to communicate with him that way. Yes, sir.
That would be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do
You have
Mr.
that
Winstead?
information.
Do you have his physical address?
I do not, but I do have his information and I can email him and ask him.
Would you please?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Shriver.
Yes, sir.
All right. Item 3 on our agenda is a public hearing, a comprehensive development plan. Staff has been working with McGill and Associates for the past year in order to update the county's comprehensive development. Mr. Hammerbacher?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just a few quick comments. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone involved in this. We had quite a bit of community support. A lot of local stakeholders were actively engaged in the development community. We had a wide spectrum of folks participate throughout this process. I'd like to thank everyone, especially Gary Faulkner with our steering committee, and everyone else involved within that. We had a lot of local builders, farm folks, involved in that. Commissioner Dickerson was a member of that as well. We had very good turnout throughout, and I received a lot of meaningful feedback on that. And ultimately, I'd like to thank this board for funding this project. Hopefully, it will be a blueprint for how we continue to grow over the next 20 years. I guess with that being said, I'll go ahead and start with the PowerPoint. Let me see if you give me a few minutes, or hopefully not that long. Okay. So, well, yeah, I should have updated the title slide. This was supposed to be before you back in March, but circumstances outside our control did not allow that to occur. Originally, this was supposed to be about a year process. You've seen this slide a few times, but basically we went through a lot of discovery phase, looking at existing development trends, went into plan development, and then also just the documentation and plan preparing all of the recommendations and such throughout the plan. As I noted, we had quite a good turnout from citizens. We held a total of 6 meetings throughout the community. The first set of meetings dealt with what they'd like to see, how they'd like to see the county grow. The second set of meetings was to hear feedback from them on some of the recommendations going forward. So basically, I hope you've been able to look at our entire document online. I think it's something to be very proud of. It's something easy for the average person to pick up. We've got a lot of just good information in there. And once we get this thing adopted, we'll be able to get a copy into your hands. So as I noted, a lot of the content of this is just an introduction about the county. Really good snapshot in section 2 about where we are growing as a county today, or how we're growing. And then we get into looking at our goals for how we want to grow, and then strategies to meet that vision. So some of the things, looking at is housing is certainly, a major factor going on in the county right now. As noted last year, we had unprecedented new residential growth. There's 931 issued by my office alone. There's another 46 issued in Wake Forest, or their permitting office. So we had almost 1,000 new homes built in the county last year. Some of the themes we've heard from the public, broadband was a topic, water and sewer was a topic, also the environment, ability to recreate in spaces. And so I've noted within this, we have a lot of things going forward, what our goals and objectives are, and then how we can implement this. One thing I really want to stress right now is there are a lot of, within this is a policy document. This is not you shall do this. Here's one way you can address this issue. It's a guidance document, a policy document per se, not a regulatory document going forward. So some of the goals and objectives identified: adequate and affordable infrastructure, balanced tax base between residential and commercial, preservation of the environment. Folks want to live, work, and play within the county. They don't want to go across the border always to Wake County. They want to be able to have activities culturally, retail, that they can do right here in the county going forward. So here we have a proposed map showing where we want to grow, how we want to grow, and the areas where we want to grow. A lot of this is predicated on where we have existing utilities, particularly public water, sewer, also access to our roads. So within this, we're showing a lot of growth between Youngsville and Franklinton, where we're seeing it today. We have a employment area out by our airport, but a lot of this is to focus on our existing residential developments that are approved today, but to really facilitate growth within our towns going forward, but also preserving, what makes Franklin County special. When we look at a lot of our areas, our historic sites, our farm sites throughout the county, being able to preserve those and not see those bolt downs necessarily for a subdivision. If we can find that growth, preserve a lot of our history is one of our major objectives going forward. So within this, I think, you can see from the graphics that we've really tried to visualize when we talk about these different place types, what they could look like. From, our natural resources, our streams, our rivers, to our farmlands, and then also, looking at how our subdivisions are designed going forward and how they could be. And also, we give illustrations, of our municipal centers or commercial centers, and also industrial innovation district, what I'll focus on a little bit later in this presentation. So one of the major things, or I was really excited about within this, is looking at rethinking the business park in our airport and how that can be an asset to the county. We invested a lot of funds historically on this site. We've got a lot of staff time involved in this, but it is an area that's strategically relocated to capitalize on a tremendous asset of that being our airport. So yes, this is a grandiose vision here, and it's not necessarily what we'll see there, but I think, just kind of rethinking of how it could look out there, the role it could play in the county. When we look to keep our folks here in the county when they go to work in the morning. So just right here, we have just kind of an illustration. Sure, if you can see my mouse here, this would be the airport terminal here. This road, a lot of these roads are already constructed. But trying to rethink of, when we think about a lot of these corporate campuses and RTP and such, a lot of them have additional amenities. Folks want to be able to get out at lunchtime. They want to go on a hike, perhaps, for exercise. They want to be able to eat outside, and maybe a scenic area. These are a lot of the amenities, very low cost that we can provide out there as a further enticement for the continued development of our business park, by way of example. Another thought that came out of this was the Industrial Innovation District, kind of going along 56 corridor there between Franklinton and Lewisburg. We have Novozymes out there now, but certainly existing infrastructure that's available out there. We were hoping that, going forward, we could see additional manufacturing along there that could capitalize on this. Noted, we are actively trying to engage and reestablish the rails to trail along there as an amenity. But due to the minimal residential encroachment in this area, this would be a great site for additional industrial development and innovation, similar to what we've experienced with Novozymes out there. Another major component of this, is what's driving a lot of our growth right now is our urban residential growth. You can see here, Youngsville, Franklinton up here, you can follow my mouse, but this is where a lot of our existing infrastructure is, and it's where the development community and developers are showing us where they want to make these investments going forward. So kind of have a matrix here, our municipal center, which could be Franklinton. And then you can see basically there's a mix. Common denominator there is your lot sizes, starting with denser development, smaller lots, closer to our urban areas. And then as you get further away from those urban centers, we get into larger lot residential development, which are very popular as well throughout the county right now. A lot of folks, they can get an acre or two and have their house on it. There's a high demand for that in addition to our quarter-acre lots. But as we look at residential too, it's important within this that we're looking at underutilized properties. Also, most importantly out of all this is that we have a diversified housing option. That's basically a fancy way of saying that we want to be able to provide housing for all income levels throughout the county. We want to make sure we have affordable housing as well. Ones that meet folks' need from, when you need the larger house, when you have kids, all the toys and things that go with that I'm painfully aware of at this point in time, that when you are able to downsize, you don't want to declutter, maybe not have as big of a yard to maintain. So it's important that we have those options to keep folks in the county, and so folks can transition from those different housing types based upon their needs and desires. Touched on this before, once again, but really a lot of this plan is facilitated on trying to encourage growth within our towns. Current development trends are showing a lot of our new housing is occurring outside the town limits of our towns, occurring in the town's jurisdictions. We feel in terms of being able to provide services, to be able to entice the additional non-residential tax base we're all looking for, facilitating growth in the towns would be one of the best ways to accommodate or accomplish that goal. So we have looked at, looking at prime commercial areas. I think, our airport would be a great example of that. But we want to be able to maintain some of these other areas. The Watson Farm that we've done, I think it was the Duke site readiness program, is 300 acres just south of Franklinton, are areas we want to be able to preserve to be able to provide those jobs so that folks can live and work in the county and play. Also, just when we think about economic development, our airport is certainly a big factor. Agriculture, despite it diminishing or not being quite what it was, it still plays a powerful role. Then also there are a ton of studies out there right now that's showing open space recreational amenities, bringing folks into the county to our greenways or to the Tar River. Be great ways to be able to increase our tax base, sales tax going forward, and exposing people to the many benefits we have throughout the county that I don't think they're aware of at this point in time. Mobility is a major issue here, as we're all aware, particularly, with 401, which has been on everyone's radar since the day you got elected. It was well before that. One of the things we're looking at is how to connect throughout the county, basically I-85 and US 64. There are some logical routes going through 39 and then 56. They go by not far from our airport as a connector going forward. I think that being able to facilitate in the future will certainly benefit the county, and having that be an enticement for our economic development recruiting efforts. Touched on broadband. You're going to unfortunately hear about it a little bit, or I think get a pretty good update on that this evening, but that's certainly a need from what we've heard from the county. Some of these recommendations that we have here are already being implemented as we speak, even prior to the plan's adoption. Certainly infrastructure, being able to have enough water and sewer to be able to accommodate our residential and our non-residential is an ongoing issue, but it's certainly something that we need to be very mindful of going forward and how we provide that resource to our community. Another is encouraging conservation of our resources, looking at ensuring our stream buffers, our floodplains, that the development potential is limited on those, that we provide work for the development community in a way where they can still have their desired end result of perhaps a density or lot size, but still show that having that open space within that development is a win-win for the environment and for those homeowners in the development community. And a lot of this is, trying to protect our undeveloped areas. I get a lot of calls, just by way of example, folks say, hey, I'm looking at this 5-acre property. There ain't development proposed in my area. I want to be out here and I want to be alone. Some of the sentiment we hear from folks, particularly a lot of the folks that come out of Wake County, they very much enjoy that rural atmosphere, and being able to protect that, I think is something needed going forward. Touch on agriculture as being, very important to the county, and being able just to mitigate those development pressures. Right now we're seeing a lot of development. For that farmer, when the developer comes by and says, "Hey, I'll give you X amount of land, money for your land," that's a hard decision for those farmers, and they're increasingly aging. But trying to minimize that competing force, there's not quite as much development pressure by focusing more on the towns, I think is a way to being able to maintain the farming that we have available to us today, and agriculture activity occurring within the county today. And a lot of this, is we are seeing, nationally, folks see a lot of farm to table. People are very much enjoying going to a restaurant and seeing on the menu where the potential, maybe the beef came from or where the vegetables came from. But also that partnership is a good synergy that allows our farmers to continue. And they have that market once restaurants are hopefully able to open. And certainly something we've seen. And right now, folks can't get things in the stores, they're going to our farmers right now, meat, vegetables. That's been one good aspect of all this, was it has helped some of our local farmers that I've spoken with. They can't keep meat on the freezers.
Mr. Hammerbacher?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We're having difficulty with your audio there. I don't know if it's you in respect to your microphone, or if it's something that IT people can handle.
Or, I'm a little closer now. Is that better, Chairman Dunston?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stay put. So when we talk about a local, the farming and everything, going along with that is to try and promote healthy eating habits, an overall sense of well-being for our residents. I've maintained those agriculture endeavors going on throughout the county. And also with going hand in hand that with improve access to healthcare. With everything going on right now, that's never been, or certainly on everyone's radar for the importance of that. One of the things, you've heard me say over and over again is, from our aging plan to our Parks and Rec plan, folks want more opportunities to be able to, whether riding horses out in the community to being able to walk trails, they have strong desire for that. They want to do it close by to their house. We've heard it repeatedly throughout all these different plans. So that's still something we're going to be actively engaged in, trying to increase those opportunities for our residents. But also, you see illustrated here, we have some recommendations on how to get there. One of those being, preparing a master trails plan. Currently, we're through Campo. We are working on some of that right now, updating through a Northeast area study on how we can accommodate that and looking at potential routes for those greenways. So moving forward, we'll need to obviously adopt this plan. I think at our in March, I was able to speak to you at a budget retreat, give you some examples on how we can start implementing this plan. And once we get this adopted, my staff is ready to get involved in that. Unfortunately, tonight we're not able to approve the plan. And we'll have to wait until after our next regular meeting. So I'm not asking you to approve it one way or the other this evening. But any feedback you may have, comments, I know you've had this in your hands since early March. Had just a few calls and questions on it, but very limited feedback thus far. Certainly anything this board would like to provide to me on that, trying to incorporate that into the plan. I'd love to hear any thoughts.
Any commissioners have any questions, comments? Haven't heard no questions or comments from the commissioners. We will declare this public hearing open, noting that no one has registered for public comments. We now declare this public hearing closed.
I was still having a lot of problems with the audio.
So you still, okay. All right. Is that,
Just a quick reminder to Mr. Hammerbacher, if he will stop sharing his screen now. There we go.
All right. Hey, welcome, Mr. Foy. Thank you.
Yes, I've been here all along, but I didn't hear not much of what Mr. Hammerbacher said. Is distorted.
Well, we all had some difficulty in hearing that. So this will move to the June 1 meeting for a vote at that particular time. Now, item number 4 on the agenda is a budget presentation.
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes, sir. I will kick us off with a review of my budget message.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Harris. Okay. I don't know if this is something that Coy that you can work on, or if it's can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
And it's coming through clearly? So
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's a lot of feedback. It's like I hear you twice.
Oh, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Is that
Not
something,
for me.
Coy, is that something that you can work on, or?
How about now?
Speak up, Ms. Harris.
Yes, sir. The budget presentation, I'm going to kick us off with the budget presentation, followed by PowerPoint with our finance director. Can everyone hear me clearly?
For the most part, not completely.
So far.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'll be sharing.
I'll stop.
Screen.
Ms. Harris, I'll stop you at some point if there's some distortion that we're not hearing you well.
Yes, sir. Okay. Go ahead and get us started. Just one moment. It is a pleasure to present the budget to you tonight. It has been a most unusual budget season, but I feel very pleased with the final product, and I hope that it will be pleasing to the board. Is everyone able to see on your screen the budget message?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm going to paraphrase. I think everyone knows I have highly detailed budget messages, but I will paraphrase throughout a large part of the presentation tonight. As everyone would agree, the COVID-19 pandemic has presented quite a few challenges in the workplace, but I just have to point out our employees have been extremely nimble and adapted rapidly to the new norm in carrying out their essential county functions. They have focused on what they needed to focus on, measures with the goal of saving lives and the prevention of the spread of the virus. It's just as if overnight different vocabulary emerged. And I'm not going to list all the terms tonight, but teleworking, N95 mask, virtual meetings, essential employees, pandemic, PPE, and many, many other words soon became our vernacular. As county manager, I have witnessed firsthand the very best in our staff. There are really no words to adequately describe the level of compassion and concern our employees have exhibited for the public we serve, as well as each other. I've observed a workforce that never once wavered when asked to perform their jobs in a substantially different environment, and I'm honored to work alongside these great men and women. They've also partnered in new and creative ways with members of the faith community, business community, and other nonprofits. We all know that the pandemic will pass in time, but I do believe that the strong bonds that are formed during this critical time in our history will transcend time and provide a pillar of strength in our working relationships in the future. As per state statute, the county manager serves as the budget officer for the county. We started our budget process pretty much in our normal fashion. We kicked off our meeting in January. I asked for all the budgets to be due in my office by March 6th. Our budget team began to read and analyze the budgets. And then we started our face-to-face meeting with department heads, pretty much like we do each year. But soon after the face-to-face meetings started, we went to a different platform, virtual meetings. While this was out of our norm for budget deliberations, I have to say things ran overall very smoothly, thanks to the technology that the county has in place and has put in place. The development of an annual budget during the COVID-19 pandemic, on the other hand, has been a daunting feat, especially in terms of forecasting revenues. You are keenly aware that each year I present very conservative revenues for the upcoming year. We like to outperform our projections, and we certainly don't want to project revenues that we don't anticipate receiving. So we're conservative normally. In the 2021 fiscal year's budget proposal, I'm even more conservative. We are conservative with regard to our tax projections. We're conservative with regard to sales tax and also property tax. The Great Recession beginning back in 08, 09, while it's certainly not the playbook for the current state of things, I will say that over the last several months, we have employed cost-saving measures that we did back then. For example, staff positions have been frozen unless they were absolutely essential to operations. Capital spending has been suspended unless it's been deemed essential. And as you might would imagine, travel and training has been minimum during this time. While this is measures that have been implemented in the last quarter of the fiscal year, I will say that they will pave the way for the new fiscal year, as we're going to need to be extremely cautious with both spending and monitoring of our revenues, even more so than normal. As I am presenting this budget tonight, Jamie Holtzman, our finance director, is working with staff at the Office of State Budget and Management. She has received information about funding opportunities that are available to the county through the coronavirus relief fund. And we will discuss some of the ideas that we have with you on Thursday at your work session on the use of some of those funds. Fiscal performance. As I mentioned earlier, the county has had a history of positive revenue performance, and often the appropriated fund balance is not fully utilized at year end. We're not projecting to use the full amount again this year. In fact, our revenues were estimating to come in at about $545,000 above budget, and our expenditures 1.1 million under budget. That's a good scenario. That's what we want to see. During the fiscal year, just as a reminder, we did our bond refunding and we're expected to save over $1 million. This is over the course of the next 10 years, but a little over 100,000 of that savings is reflected in the budget that's being proposed. We had our bond ratings, and I know I've said this numerous times, but I'm very proud that we maintained our bond ratings with both Moody's and Fitch, and we had an upgrade with Standard & Poor's. We were also recognized this year, marking 21 years with the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting presented by the Government Finance Officers Association. We fully expect to receive that award next year as well. Some of the budget highlights. We will have, again this year, this marking the third year, the budget online for the public to be able to make comments. And we've not had a lot of comments in the last couple of years, but I would think this year we probably would have a little bit more, especially as people are more acclimated to a virtual environment. One of the key highlights of the budget is a no tax increase goal that the board had going into the budget. So we were able to present a budget tonight that has no tax increase. It's a hold the line on spending. My proposed budget, general fund budget, does not propose a tax increase. In fact, it's $746,192 less than the current fiscal year's budget. A fund balance appropriation was again necessary, as it is in this year, to balance the budget. This year's appropriation was at 4.3 million. So we started out before we saw the first budget, knowing that we had to find 4.3 million. Well, we're looking at a little over 4.4 million from fund balance. It is not my recommendation to continue this practice, and I'd like to talk with the board to let's put together a plan so that we wouldn't have the dependency on fund balance in the future. But we felt like this year, the situation and the climate that we're in, that it was certainly appropriate. I know many of you are interested in knowing, well, how does this affect our fund balance at year end, our unassigned fund balance? You set a goal of 18%. You approved a policy back in November. We're projecting to come in at a little above 22% above what your goal is. And I appreciate you adopting this policy along with the debt management policy. And we shared that information with the bond rating entities when we had our calls. The tax rate, the ad valorem tax rate will remain at 80.5 cents per $100 valuation. A penny on the tax rate is equivalent to $602,684 this year. What makes up some of the decreases? How were we able to have reduced spending? Debt service payments made up almost $500,000. We had a reduction in debt service payments. A budget does not have a transfer from the general fund to the solid waste fund. We've had this solid waste fund as an enterprise program for several years now. And enterprise funds need to be self-supporting, no dependency on the general fund. That was pointed out by the auditors. So that's $412,000, a little over $412,000 that you will not see reflected. We do not have a general fund transfer in the upcoming budget. In the current fiscal year, we had substantial investments in technology and software that you approved. Many of these, in fact, most of these were one-time expenses. We had funding set aside for technology that would protect the county's data, finance software to upgrade software for the finance department. And we also had permitting software that was rolled out during this pandemic, and it could not have been more timely because citizens and developers are able to have real information at their fingertips. So that's worked out really well. Altogether, it's over $350,000 that we're spending this year that we will not have in the upcoming budget. Upcoming budget, the 2021 budget, I do not have any financing of vehicles or ambulances in there. And we do not have any cost associated with the road project that you approved for Fleming Forest. That's about $229,000. Property taxes and sales tax are our two key resources, revenues, as you know, outside of fees and charges. The tax administrator has established a fiscal year assessed tax base at almost $6.2 billion, representing a little over a 5.1% increase in the valuation. The proposed budget is not based on the audited tax collection rate that we just had last year of 98.4%. We're actually using a lower collection rate. And you might say, well, what difference would that make in using a lower collection rate? About $441,000 less in revenue that we're projecting as a result of the climate that we're in. So we're being very conservative here with the collection rate. We're also being conservative as it relates to the sales tax. In the fiscal year that we're in now, we're expected to bring in a little over $10.5 million for sales tax. Next year, we've reduced that amount by 5.6% or $9.9 million. If we're too conservative and we have additional money coming in terms of property tax collections or sales tax collections, then that money will just be in the general fund, and that will certainly be a positive. If we're missing the number and the financial situation deteriorates, then we'll come back to the board, and as we have done in the past, if there's any change, and talk about how we can adjust throughout the year. But we're being fairly conservative, as is a lot of counties. A lot of counties have moved to a more conservative approach with their tax collections and sales tax. Public schools. This is one area that remains a top priority for the Board of Commissioners. Franklin County, as you know, has no low performing schools according to the accountability measures. Our cohort graduation rate in 2019 stood at 84.5%. I am recommending full funding for the fourth consecutive year for the Board of Education's request for current expense and capital expense. The current expense recommendation is the largest investment in education on record. In the fall of 2019.
Angela?
Yes, sir.
Angela?
Yes, sir.
Yes, can we, let's back up to where you were talking about the full funding that you kind of broke up on us, and I didn't hear that well.
Okay, all right, can you hear me better now?
You're much better now.
Okay, I'm leaning in a little bit. Okay, I'll repeat that. Our public schools, you heard no low performing schools. We're very pleased with that.
Yes.
The board is requested to provide full funding for the 4th consecutive year to support the Board of Education's request for current expense and capital, fully funding the Board of Ed's request. My recommendation represents the largest investment in current expense for education on record. And the board, as you remember, was recognized by the North Carolina Board of Education for its exemplary commitment to education for the 2nd time back in the fall in 3 years. This makes the 2nd award demonstrating your commitment to education. I think it should be pointed out that funding to charter schools has steadily increased over the last several years. And I have a statement lifted directly from the public schools budget request to the commissioners, and I'll read it as follows. For the 2021 school year, we anticipate that pass-through funding levels for charter from our local budget will increase by $422,228 for a total pass-through of $3,742,328 of local funds going directly to charters. $3.7 million of local funds going directly to charter schools. I address in my budget message the arrangement that the board just recently approved with Vance Granville Community College and our public schools so that we can increase enrollment at the early high school. We're very excited about the opportunity for more students to be able to enroll in early college. You see the amounts, the specific amounts of current expense that was requested, $21,192,936 requested. That amount is recommended for funding. It's an increase of $843,105 from the current fiscal year. Conversely, the Board of Ed requested less in capital this year. $1 million was requested and $1 million recommended. I think initially when they were working on their budget, really pre-pandemic, they had planned more capital than you see reflected in this request, but they've reduced their requested amount to $1 million, and I'm recommending full funding. Vance Granville Community College has recommended level funding commensurate with this year's funding. Moving now to Health and Human Services. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the contributions of our Health Director, Scott Levine, and Interim EMS Director, Jeff Bright. They teamed up early on and have provided leadership throughout at our Emergency Operations Center. And they've been joined by key leaders in the county and some of their respected staffs, employees that have gone above and beyond in their normal workloads, and gratitude is extended to each of these folks. I will say it's been very humbling to witness these professionals at work, some working while dealing with the loss of someone near to them due to the coronavirus. But they continued to serve our public. Our hospital continues to do well, and I'll have some stats provided specific to the hospital at our budget meeting on Thursday. A couple of highlights in this fiscal year: we had a new 20-bed behavioral health unit serving patients under 55 that was completed. We also closed out some construction projects that were grant funded. Golden Leaf and the Department of Commerce provided grants collectively that was over $1 million in support for improvements in Mariah Parham, Franklin. The county continues to maintain its commitment to apply for grants and to support medical care at the hospital. Our community paramedic program, which consists of one staff member, has had a very good year. Brought in 41 new clients, fielded 289 calls, and has had 210 successful diversions, 210 people who did not need to go to the emergency department or be hospitalized because of the services of the community paramedic. Again, that's right now one staff member that runs that program, and she's done a phenomenal job. Stepping up with our jail program continues to go well. Personnel. That's usually one of the larger costs, and since we're a service organization in our budgets. This year, I had our department heads to request and to do an excellent job justifying their needs for additional personnel. But because of the fiscal climate that we're in, I could not recommend fully funding those positions. We had positions that were requested that were a little under $1 million, but I'm recommending 4 in the general fund at a cost of approximately $212. Those positions are as follows. 1 school resource officer, which is no longer covered by the town of Youngsville. This position I'm recommending to start July of 2020. 1 public health nurse, a public health nurse 1 in the communicable disease clinic. And this person will also work in other clinics as needed. He or she will be referred to as a floater, but primarily assigned to the communicable disease clinic. Recommended for this position to begin in July of 2020. A community paramedic. Would like to bring on another community paramedic, and I'm recommending to begin this person to start in January. And a fire marshal. Our county has had a fire marshal in the past. Not sure exactly when the position was no longer funded, but in a growing county like Franklin County, we need a dedicated fire marshal. A number of the county commissioners have had some feedback shared with you from members of the public and different public safety agencies indicating that we needed a fire marshal, and I concur, and I'm supporting that and recommending it in the budget. What about the pay plan for county employees? We completed another pay plan. This is the second one over the course of the last 12 years. As I said a few months ago, I'm very pleased that we have had another update, and your support for that updated information means a lot to the county employees. Historically, the county used to do them about every 12 or 13 years. We've had 2 in the last 12, so I'm pleased with that. The cost associated with implementing different options were between $600,000 and $1.8 million. That was without benefits. Unfortunately, I'd recommend the implementation of the pay plan, any option in this fiscal year. So we're going to look at that for the following year. We did this a few years ago as well. We could not implement it in the fiscal year, but we're able to the following. So I think we're in a situation much more serious now. So what I'm recommending instead, got feedback from the board that you wanted to make sure that we did something for all of our employees. And I'm recommending a COLA of 2% beginning in January at a cost of approximately $342,000. We did have some increases that were mandated in the local government retirement system, some increases. We had some last year. We spoke with you about that. And over the next couple of years, we'll expect some gradual increases. $323,000, a little over associated costs with that mandate. Turn your attention now to capital. We had a little over 1.8 in capital, but I'm recommending $44,193 for a. I'm hearing a little background noise. Can everyone hear me okay now?
Yes.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm just going to very briefly touch on some of the major initiatives that we have in the upcoming year, completing the evaluation of existing facilities and to begin to develop architectural plans in support of moving to a new county complex. The water study, which is a top priority, is being conducted by MBD engineers. The board is seeking long-term options for additional water supply. So we're hoping for that work to be completed. Development of the master layout plan for Triangle North Airport. This is necessary for us to receive grant funds in the future. And then just as a reminder, we actually received a grant, a little over $400,000 and 1819 for the master layout plan, which should be completed, by the way, in 2021. In that same fiscal year, we received 1.5 million for an airport lighting rehab project and a couple $100,000, 275 for an airport pavement maintenance project. Hats off to Bo Carson for bird dogging any possible funding for the airport and for working with state and federal agencies to bring those grant dollars to Franklin County. It's done an excellent job with the airport. In fact, he came at our last meeting and told you about a grant of $513,000, and you provided the match of $57,000 so that we could have a full pavement rehab project. We should finish that this year. The Unified Development Ordinance, in order to meet the statutory requirement, we need to update the UDO, and that's at a cost of $125,000. The last time the UDO was updated was in 2001, so it's certainly time to update the UDO. And I think this work, it's a good thing because it'll be done coincidental with the county's comprehensive development plan that Scott just presented tonight, and that we're expecting for you to take action on prior to the end of the year. Broadband continues to be a priority for the board, and the funding as agreed upon and the arrangement, the contractual arrangement with Open Broadband is provided in my budget proposal. We're looking at a new maintenance work order system, looking at applying for PRODIF grant funds for phase 2 of Owens Park, doing some reorganization within the emergency services department to include the addition of the fire marshal, countywide bike or pedestrian plan. Scott alluded to that earlier tonight, and also some funding, initial planning for Epson Park design. That's been on the back burner for a number of years, but it's been recommended that we start the initial planning for the Epson Park. Going to move right along. Fire departments. We had a number of fire departments that requested, and I'm recommending increases in their tax rate, and they are as follows: Central, Franklinton, Bunn, White Level, and Epsom fire departments. All of the other fire departments remain the same as in the current fiscal year. In our enterprise funds, we have 2: public utilities and solid waste. In the public utilities arena, we're not requesting any water and sewer rate changes. We are requesting a couple of fee changes: the late fee and the FOG program fee. The late fee, once the COVID-19 restrictions associated with Executive Order 124 are set to expire, we want the late fee to go from $750 to $10 in the new fiscal year, assuming that the executive order has been lifted. And the FOG program dealing with fats, oils, and grease is expected or being recommended to go from $10 to $12. We do have in this enterprise fund some additional staffing that's recommended. He had requested more than what I'm recommending, but I am recommending a heavy equipment operator, an electrician, an industrial electrician, and 2 utility maintenance workers. I mentioned earlier, one of the key initiatives in this area, in this department, is the water supply study, and it's currently underway with the goal of identifying long-term sustainable water supply options for the board's consideration. A long-term affordable source of water is critical for sustaining the growth pattern Franklin County has experienced in the past several years. It's even more critical if a more enhanced pattern of growth is desired. Our Public Utilities Director reports his customer count has increased by 591 accounts from July just to the April billing. If he keeps on with this trajectory and growth, he anticipates having over 700 new accounts by the end of the year. Now moving your attention to solid waste. We have worked hard this year to bring you a budget that would eliminate any transfer from the general fund. A couple of changes are going to be necessary. We've reduced cost in some areas, and we have also recommended an increase in fees from $90 to $100 per household. We've done some surveying, and that still is a competitive rate when surveying other counties. No other fee changes are being recommended. Recycling costs continue to rise and are reflected in the proposal. We talked about this last year. It is my recommendation that the board and staff have some additional conversation about recycling and maybe look at maybe some other options, because it's gotten very expensive. There are two particular areas that I would also like the board and staff to meet and have discussion on, and that is the post-closure of the landfill, any cost associated with that. Once it's known, we certainly will need to make some decisions budgetary wise to meet regulatory requirements, and also a need for updated facilities. And I will repeat a statement from our auditors. The auditors pointed out that once that the post-closure costs are calculated or known to the county, that we must reflect this liability on our books. So we're working hard to get away from the dependency of the general fund. In fact, we need to start building up a little fund balance so that we can start absorbing some of the costs associated with the regulatory requirements. Okay, I'm about to conclude, and I just want to say that our department heads did a phenomenal job in preparing their budgets and working with us all throughout. As I said, we started out face-to-face meeting with some, but most of our meetings were held virtually. Lots of emails, phone calls, and virtual meetings, but we got the job done, and they did a phenomenal job. I would like to say that if the economic picture improves and sustains in a manner, I'd like to have an opportunity to come back to the board and to talk with you about some specific unmet personnel and capital needs in the future. Also want to say special thank you to the budget team, Ms. Kim Denton, Ms. Jamie Holtzman, our finance director, Ms. Maddie May, our deputy finance director, Ms. Kelly Faulkner, human resources director, Corey Floyd, IT director, Ms. Ada Pitt, assistant to the county manager, and Ms. Kristen King, clerk to the board. Despite the challenges associated with COVID-19, this team maintained a can-do demeanor throughout the entire budget process. Also, I'd like to point out to you that many of the people that I just named have spent countless hours joining me, sometimes daily, but at least weekly, at the Emergency Operations Center or on calls with the EOC team. We've had conference calls with federal and state officials, the leadership of the North Carolina County Commissioners Association, UNC School of Government, FEMA, etc. These folks also had constant blogs and just an inordinate amount of emails and webinars, and they managed to get their daily tasks done and to take great care of each other in the process. And I just really appreciated and enjoyed the many hours that we spent in the financial planning and the budget development. Now for a point of trivia, the big book, the book with all of the details and the departmental request, weighs in this year at 14.2 pounds. It represents substantial work by the department heads and their staffs. If you would like a copy of the detail in the big books, please let Jamie know, and we will either scan and have it emailed to you in sections, or we'll see to it that you actually get a hard copy. What we'll provide you tonight will be, and what will be available for the public, is the summary without all the detail. But if anyone wants that, we'll be glad to provide it. Another point of interest, this is the 13th budget proposal that I have presented, and under the guidance of the board, 10 of my proposals have had no tax increase recommended. I've had 2 that did include a tax increase, and 1 recommended a tax rate decrease from the current year, but it was higher than revenue neutral. We have managed during periods of unprecedented growth, the Great Recession, and now a global pandemic. My leadership team has demonstrated a high level of resiliency throughout the hard times, the good times, and has worked tirelessly to achieve the Board of Commissioners goals each and every fiscal year. We look forward to beginning our meetings with you on Thursday and are excited to be able to present to you the annual budget as you requested, with no tax increase again this year. That concludes my comments, and now Jamie will begin. Our finance director has a PowerPoint.
Hold on one second while I get it up. I'm sorry.
I'm going to ask before Postman start, I'm going to ask each one of you to please mute yourselves. Maybe that will help the audio. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Chairman Dunston?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Go right ahead, Ms. Holtzman.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm echoing on myself.
Okay. Speak again.
Am I still echoing?
Bring volume down some.
Is that better?
That's much better right there, yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you tonight and present the 2021 proposed budget. Ms. Harris has offered a lot of detail that I hope to expand on. When we began the general fund budget process, there was a total requested budget of $93.5 million from departments. We were able to reduce the budget request by $4.6 million to recommend a budget of $88,899,961 for fiscal year 2021. The fiscal year 1920 adopted budget was $89.6 million, as were the 2021 recommended budget is $88.9 million, a reduction of $746,192. The current ad valorem tax rate is 80.5 cents per 100, and the proposed ad valorem tax rate for 2021 budget is again the 80.50 cents per 100. We're not recommending any tax increase for 2021. As you can see from this graph, the general government has gone up from 2019 by $127,050. Public safety as a category total has gone down $335,580. Economic and physical development as a category has gone down $347,449. Human services has gone up $316,741. Culture and leisure has gone up $83,299. And education has gone down $590,253. And I would like to show a partial reduction of the education is due to debt service of $433,358 that was paid off, that is not in the fiscal year 2021 budget, that was in the 1920 budget. And that results in a $746,192 reduction of the overall budget. This graph shows the budgeted county tax dollars for the 2021 compared to the 2019 budget. As you can see, the amount of county dollars budgeted only increased a total of $52,476,000. The general government as a category went down $125,686. Public safety went up $254,719. Economic and physical development went down $312,149. Human services went up $82,221. Culture and leisure went up $57,578, and education went up $95,793 compared to fiscal year 1920. This graph shows where your county dollars go as a percentage. And as you can see, education accounts for 39% of the county tax dollars, public safety at 35%, human services at 11%, general government at 10%, economic and physical development at 3%, and culture and leisure at 2%. Every year it's difficult to project and estimate revenues. However, this year was even more challenging with the added unknown of the COVID-19 and its potential impact on our local revenues. For the property tax revenues, we used a reduced collection rate of 97.5% compared to the 98.4% that was our audited number. But due to our increased tax base for fiscal year 2021, we still have an increase in property tax revenue budgeted of $1,785,000. We used the fiscal year 2018-19 budgeted sales and use tax for our fiscal year 2021 revenue number, which is a $458,873 reduction from fiscal year 1920's budget. The Register of Deeds fees is still seeing an increase, and so we have a $100,000 increase there. Our inspection fees, we're still seeing an increase in inspection even with the COVID-19 virus, and we're estimating another $100,000 next year. Our lottery funds, we are anticipating those to not be as high next year for education, which is why we have a reduction of $150,000. And the same thing with our capital reserve sales tax. That's directly comes from our sales tax and it's earmarked for schools. Sales tax is taking a hit, so we're seeing a reduction there of $600,000. Our jail fees were remaining the same as long as nothing changes there. Our fund balance, we have budgeted $4,486,000 compared to $4.3 million last year, which is an increase of $162,404.
Miss Jamie.
Yes, ma'am.
If we can give you just a second, you might want to try to turn your volume all the way down, and then that way you won't have as much feedback. I know that's distracting for you.
All right. Hold on one second. I got to stop sharing the screen to do that.
Okay.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
I gotta get back to our nonprofits for fiscal year 2021 has remained almost level from 1920. The only exception is the NC Wildlife Resource Commission. Beaver Management went from 4,000 to 6,000, which was a state funding. The Boys and Girls Club of North Carolina is staying at 25,000. The Franklin Granville Vance Smart Start staying at 5,000. The Franklin County Arts Council is remaining at 5,000. The Franklin Vance Warren Opportunities is remaining at 13,750. The Safe Space Incorporated is at 75,000. And then the Tar River History and Culture Center is remaining at 10,000 for a total nonprofit budget of 139,750. The retirement rate from the North Carolina Local Government Employees Retirement System has increased in 2021 from 9.04% to 10.23% for non-law enforcement officers, and from 9.70% to 10.84% for law enforcement officers. This is an increase of $323,213 to the general fund for fiscal year 2021. In addition, there is an increase projected for 21-22 as well, and that will probably have a budgetary impact for next year if it was adopted. As Ms. Harris has already mentioned, we have 4 positions that are recommended in this budget, including benefits, for a total of $211,737. We have the school resource officer at $58,897, the public health nurse 1 at $72,131, the community paramedic, which is to start January 1st at $36,791, and the county fire marshal to start January 1st at $43,918. For a total For our vehicle purchases, there was a total of 30 vehicles requested at a cost of 1.8 million. However, due to the revenue restraints, we're only recommending one QRV for the EMS at a cost of $44,193. And that is not anything being financed this year. The following items of note are included in the recommended budget. The 2% COLA starting January 1st. The cost of the general fund is $311,985. That's including benefits. The broadband funding of $188,000. The UDO development of $125,000. A county-wide bike and pedestrian plan at $40,000, and the Epsom Park master plan at $20,000. This budget is fully funding the school's request of $22,192,936. This is composed of $21,192,936 in current expense and $1 million in capital outlay. The total is a reduction of $156,895 compared to fiscal year 1920. As you can see, my projections for the fund balance for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020, I am projecting an unassigned fund balance of $19,879,868, or 22.1% of unassigned fund balance, which this is again above the adopted fund balance policy of 18%. And my estimated total fund balance will be $35,514,226. Again, these are early projections. We don't know what's truly going to happen completely with the revenues and expenditures yet. And this is just a quick update on the fiscal year 1920. I'm projecting to collect $544,934 over the budgeted revenues of $85.4 million, and projecting to not spend $1.1 million of the $91 million budgeted for expenses. I'm projecting to use almost $3.7 million of the fund balance. This is still less than the budgeted amount of fund balance. If revenues come in from COVID-19, this number could go down from my projections. This chart shows you a comparison of the fund balance appropriated to balance the budget over the years. The fund balance appropriated for fiscal year 2021 is $4,486,869, an increase of the $162,404 from fiscal year 1920. That is the end of the general fund budget. Does anyone have any questions before I move on to the enterprise funds?
Any questions for board?
I can't hear. Okay.
No questions, move right ahead.
For fiscal year 1920, the enterprise funds need to be self-sufficient, and this year we have a balanced budget for the solid waste with no transfer from the general fund. The fiscal year 1920 approved budget for the solid waste was $4,471,846. The fiscal year 2021 recommended budget is $4.5 million, an increase of $62,679. The key items included in the solid waste budget are the Ford F-150 crew cab at $25,814, 2 trash compactors at $22,000, 10 30-yard containers at $38,000, the solid waste study at $30,000. This increase helps us balance the budget as we prepare to pay the upcoming expenses of the landfill closure. Even though we don't know exactly what they may be at the time, we are proposing a solid waste availability fee increase from $90 to $100 per household. And for the public utilities recommended budget, we're recommending a total budget of $11,109,137 with $9.6 million in operation expenses and $1.4 in debt service. This is compared to 1920 budget of $11.2 million, a decrease of $131,000. Some key items included in this budget are 4 new positions with benefits, 2 utility maintenance workers to start January 1st for $60,490, an industrial electrician to start January 1st for $42,350, a heavy equipment operator lead to start January 1st for $36,792, for a total of $139,632 in new positions with benefits. Some other key items included in the budget are the vehicle request, a 4x4 truck for $47,500, a half-ton truck for $30,002, a UTV for $17,000, an extended cab dump truck for $70,000, and another extended cab truck for $25,000. And I do want to point out some of these are for the water department and some are for the waste department as well. So it's in 2 different ones. The capital outlay, there's $40,000 for the WIMS program for the wastewater treatment plant compliance, a hydraulic trash pump for $11,800, a hydraulic breaker for $12,400, and a mini excavator for $43,000. There are no proposed fee changes for the water sewer fees. However, it is proposed to increase the late fee from $7.50 to $10, and the FOG, which is the fats, oils, and grease fee, from $10 to $12. The Public Utilities Fund has a loan from the general fund. The balance of that as of July 1st, 2019 in our audit was $1.4 million. Less the payment that we made this fiscal year in 1920 of $736,918 leaves the balance due to the general fund of $736,918, which is in this to be paid off in 2021. So after this is paid, the loan will be paid in full to the general fund. The enterprise fund will not owe the general fund any more money after this. That is all that I have for the moment. If anyone has any questions.
Questions for Ms. Holzman? No questions? Then we will entertain a motion to receive the presentation and call for a public hearing on June 1st.
So moved.
Second.
That a move by Mr. Jones and second by Mr. Speed, I believe. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. Ms. Dixon,
Yes.
Mr. Foy. Mr. Foy, you vote yes? Unmute yourself, Mr. Foy. Unmute yourself, Mr. Foy. Everybody unmute yourself. Nobody can hear him. Okay. Unmute yourself, Mr. Foy.
All right, the answer is yes.
Okay, very good. Mr. Bunn.
Yes.
Mr. Speed.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Jones, you make the motion. Mr. Shriver.
Yes.
I vote yes. The motion is so passed. Thank you, Madam Manager and Ms. Holzman. Thank you so much for your presentation. Item number 5 on our agenda is an update on COVID-19. Mr. Scott Levine will provide an update on the pandemic.
Okay, hi, this is Scott. I'm going to quickly go through. Can you hear me?
Oh, just a second.
All right, I'm getting an echo on my end, so I'm going to turn my sound down completely, and hopefully that'll take care of the echo. Try this again.
Okay.
All right, is that better?
Yeah, did you want to present yourself or are you going to be in hiding for tonight?
No, I tried to start video, but it wouldn't let me.
Oh, okay.
The host is.
Mr. Floyd, if you would provide
There we
video.
go.
There we go. Okay.
I'm back. I'm sporting my COVID hair still.
Kristen?
It gets longer.
Kristen?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you went out on us.
That's okay. I was asking Coy if he would provide the video for Mr. Levine, but it looks like we're good to go.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Levine.
Very good. So since the last time I reported to you on May 4th, We now are up to 124 confirmed positive cases as of 11 o'clock this morning. That's 21 more than the last time I reported to you. Only 4 of those are associated with an outbreak, so that's significant. Also, that's what's significant is on May 11th and today, we've had our 2 highest single day positive case number totals, 7 cases each day. So I'm not sure if that's a buildup of cases and a reporting on Monday from lab reports, but it is a trend we're watching. Since the last time, we are remaining consistent at 20 COVID-19 related deaths in Franklin County, one of those being community-based and the other 19 facilities. The virus is currently test confirmed in 99 North Carolina counties. Only Avery County continues to report no cases. Statewide, looking at the metrics from testing, the governor's testing, tracing, and trending metrics, they appear to have North Carolina poised to move into phase 2 this Friday, barring any new trends over the week. We expect that we'll get some detailed executive order guidance sometime midweek. As soon as I get that, I will forward it to everybody. We'll keep you updated. But right now, the metrics are clearly trending in that direction. When it comes to surge testing capacity task force, the average number of tests provided per day is meeting or exceeding the state's previously reported goal of 7,000 or more per day. While the number does dip below 7,000 on the weekends, it's usually well over 7,000 each day during the week. Now, the new surge testing totals coming into effect soon will result in Franklin County providers needing to complete 116 tests per day, which will generate up to 6 new contact investigations per day. And at present, we only have 3 outpatient testing sites in Franklin County: Impact Urgent Care, Advance, Federally Qualified Health Center, and the Franklin County Health Department. Mariah Pram Franklin provides tests through the ER, and we're doing some more research to see if they're actually providing them in their primary care clinics. But we're clearly going to have to increase the number of sites in Franklin County. And I'll talk a little bit more about contact tracing is next. North Carolina's plan is to deploy an additional 250 contact tracers across the state. To date, what's been done is regional coordinators who are charged with interviewing and selecting the tracers have been selected, and the CCSNC Training Collaborative through the AHEC system will be training the new contract tracers. But we don't have an estimate on when those tracers will be ready to start, nor do we know the number of tracers Franklin County will receive. We received a calculator, an Excel calculator from the state. And when I plugged in Franklin County's numbers, it looks like we're going to need an additional 2 to 5 contact tracers than we currently have. The Franklin Health Department reached out to the National Student Response Network based at Duke Medical School. And we currently have 3 volunteer medical school students who are interested in helping us with our contact tracing efforts. Our first meeting with our 3 students interested will be this Wednesday at 11 a.m. So that will be some free help from some highly qualified candidates. So we're really looking forward to that. And hopefully in conjunction with the state increased contact tracers, we should be able to meet the demand. In terms of the county and locally and advising facilities, as the state prepares to move into phase 2, it's the worst kept secret in the entire state. And as they move to that phase 2 reopening plan, we are getting inundated with questions from organizations and businesses asking for guidance on how they can resume operations. At this point, until I see the granular detail in the executive order, it's really hard to advise people. So if you could reach out to your constituents and let them know that we should probably have some more concrete information by sometime the middle of this week, Wednesday or Thursday, definitely before Friday. He will issue that in advance so that we have time to begin to prepare. In terms of outbreaks in the county, Since our last phone call, since our last presentation, we did have an additional outbreak at the Lewisburg Manor on 5/7. The Manor reported one staff member with a positive test for coronavirus. They tested the next day over 133 residents and staff. And as of today, there were only 2 residents and the 1 staff member that tested positive. All of the other residents and staff tested negative. All of the positive cases are no longer at the manor or are not working and are isolating. And they have more than sufficient supplies of PPE. So we anticipate that that facility will be able to contain the outbreak. And that's very good news. So far, knock on wood, they're doing a great job. In terms of the Lewisburg Nursing Center, that outbreak also appears to be in containment phase with only 1 additional staff member and I believe just 1 additional resident testing positive since last we spoke. So overall, I'm pretty happy with where those 2 facilities are at. Building on the efforts that we've already undertaken to reach out to skilled nursing and assisted living facilities, last Tuesday on May 12th, the Franklin County Board of Health voted to improve the implementation of a very rigorous coronavirus testing program for congregate care facilities in Franklin County. The program takes into account the move by the states of Tennessee and New York that have each launched aggressive universal testing of staff and residents at skilled nursing facilities and assisted living facilities across their respective states. With 2 documented coronavirus outbreaks in congregate care facilities within Franklin County, the Board of Health voted to move forward with a plan for testing all staff and all residents at skilled nursing facilities and assisted living facilities in Franklin County. This is a very important first step in the prevention of coronavirus outbreaks, and the effort will move to other congregate care facilities within the county in the coming weeks. And the goal is obviously to ensure as low as possible an impact on congregate care facilities because they contain our most vulnerable populations. We continue to update on the virus spread within the county through our weekly updates and on new executive orders and through our weekly full EOC meetings and to the community through meetings and press releases. And we will continue to do that. We are reviewing the new numbers that continue to come out under the new metric system. And we are tracking those metrics every day. We, through our Joint Information Center hotline, we continue to answer phone calls. I can tell you that the largest number of calls that we're fielding at this point relates to when the Franklin County curfew will sunset, because I think people are aware that the curfew is tied to the stay-at-home order of the governor. And basically in phase 2, and I'm moving right into the county curfew, the curfew is tied to the stay-at-home order, and in phase 2 of reopening, the stay-at-home order does stop, and it would appear that the curfew would sunset at the same time. So I am sure that you guys will talk more about that, but that's the way we see it at this point. We continue to have our weekly full EOC meetings, and we have active participation from the towns. They give us regular input, and we provide them with regular updates. And that's all I have. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Levine? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 6 is Youngsville Main Street Improvements Project Utilities. County Manager? Who's presenting this? Angela?
She's on mute.
Chairman, this is Chris.
Unmute, Angela.
Yes, sir. Chris Doherty is presenting. You ready?
Yes.
Yeah, I need my video to be able, do I need my video to share my, okay, never mind. Thank you, Coy. Okay.
Who's making this presentation?
It's starting. Yes, sir. He's pulling it up.
Okay.
Hey, Coy, it's telling me that my screen sharing is paused.
Okay, let's try it again.
Mr. Chairman, for everybody that's out there listening in today, Coy Floyd is the voice that you're hearing from time to time, the face that you're not seeing at the moment, but he's one of our IT gurus, and he's keeping us on point as much as possible tonight. Coy, we thank you for that.
Thank you.
Coy Floyd?
Yes, sir.
Is he a new employee?
No, he's not, and we're going to keep him around.
All right, gonna try this again. I'm sorry, I apologize. It worked earlier today.
Just so that our board knows and our citizens know as well, we practice endlessly on this, and there's always challenges.
It's still coming up, not allowing me to share my screen.
The message we're getting is that Christopher Doherty has started screen sharing.
Hey, Coy, would it, if I have too many documents open, would that cause it?
It could, yeah, close everything except for that document.
Okay, there you go.
Can you see it now? Good. All right, let me start my. Okay. Good evening, Chairman, Board of Commissioners, and Madam Manager. I'm here tonight to talk to you in regards the utility rehab on Youngsville Main Street. Just a little bit of background. On the project, Youngsville received grant monies to do some upgrades to the sidewalks and some drainage and streetscaping throughout Main Street. When the department found out about this proposed project, we got in touch with Youngsville to ask about the possibility of partnering with them to do upgrades to our utilities, since they were going to be in there already digging the road up. So we met with Youngsville and the design engineers that Youngsville had acquired. And then at one point back in September of 2019, we updated the commission on the first couple steps that we have done with Youngsville on this project. We had an initial design that came forward and a cost to do that of $15,652.27. And that was adjusting some fire hydrants, manholes, and moving the water main or water meters to the right of way. During review of that plan set and some field checks, we determined that replacement of the existing 6-inch cast iron line running down Main Street should be replaced, and it would be replaced with an 8-inch ductile iron pipe. That additional design fee would be $32,815.56. And between both, with all the projects of replacing the water line, moving the water meters, adjusting fire hydrants and manholes for the entire project, It's an engineer's estimated cost of $866,890. The request is in the fiscal year 2021 Public Utilities CIP. These are a few pictures of some of the items that will be addressed during the project. As you can see, the top two photos, adjusting grade of fire hydrants and installing fire hydrants with breakaway flanges, adjusting manholes in the road to be at current grade, and moving water meters to the right of way and adjusting water meters in the sidewalks to prevent trip hazards. This just shows the limits of the construction from College Street to Cross Street on Main Street and underneath the railroad tracks. It is the department's recommendation to approve the attached resolution exempting the county from General Statute 143-64.31 and authorizing the county manager to enter into an agreement with a design firm at a total cost not to exceed $48,467.83 and approve moving forward with the project at an engineer's cost estimate of $866,890. If approved, funding will be made from the utilities fund balance, and the finance director will proceed with a project ordinance at a future meeting, and then we will advertise, and then bids will be advertised at a future date. I stand by to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Doherty? Any questions for Mr. Doherty? Okay, Mr. Doherty, I have a question that I want to ask in reference to General Statute 143-64.31. Now, what does that exactly do for us?
That exempts us from having, hold on, let me turn myself down again. That exempts the county or any governmental agency from having to go out for competitive bids for professional services as long as it's under $50,000 total.
Okay.
And since this design fee is below the $50,000, we meet that requirement.
Okay. Now, another question I have in reference to after this work is completed on the streetscapes there in Youngsville, the system still belongs to the county. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so moving forward in improvements or repairs, work that's done on that system, what happens as far as is there cost for disturbing the streetscapes that have been put in to make the repairs?
Well, if we have to dig up to do a repair after the project, obviously we would repair what we dig up, be it streetscape, paver walkways, landscaping.
Okay. So that's understood, that at no extra cost to the county.
Correct.
Okay. All right, anyone else have questions? Okay, if no one else has any questions, what is what was the board's desire?
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Shriver to approve, second by Mr. Speed, I believe. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I haven't heard the motion and second. Are there any other questions from anyone? Haven't heard no other questions. Mr. Foy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Bunn?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
And Ms. Dickerson?
Yes.
Okay, and I vote yes. The vote is approved, and we'll move forward with the project.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Item number 7 is broadband update. Kim Denton.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Dunstan. Good evening, Commissioners and County Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to update you this evening on Franklin County's progress with broadband. Can everyone hear me?
You
Okay,
have a little echo.
a little bit of an echo.
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be a good idea
Right about now.
if everyone muted their audio. I think that might help.
So ask everyone to mute your audio. All right, thanks.
All right.
All right, Ms. Dunn, go ahead.
Thank you. So the need for broadband has been repeatedly illustrated throughout this COVID-19 crisis. If I were looking for a silver lining in this situation, the focus on broadband and the support that is being generated would be a great candidate. New vocabulary words like virtual, remote learning, Zoom, and certainly the platform for this very meeting we are participating in tonight has increased the spotlight on broadband and the value of broadband to our economy and our citizens' access to resources. In just a few minutes, I'm going to introduce Alan Fitzpatrick, CEO of Open Broadband LLC. He has some additional folks he's going to introduce. They're going to provide an update on Open Broadband's progress toward implementing service in the underserved and unserved areas of Franklin County. Staff has been working with Open Broadband in implementation mode since December of 2019. Tower agreements are in place and a Wi-Fi agreement has been signed for public Wi-Fi at Owens Park. You'll hear more specifics, of course, about this implementation progress and the next steps to be taken. I want to remind you that Franklin County's agreement with Open Broadband LLC was the result of a regional effort through the Carr-Torr Council of Governments that began in late 2017. Franklin County joined with Vance and Granville counties to seek out a solution for better broadband for our region. Ultimately, all three counties reached agreement with Open Broadband to move forward. Staff is continuing to look for additional steps and resources that Franklin County needs to tap into in order to improve broadband service. Currently, we are looking into the GREAT grant process, and remember, GREAT stands for Growing Rural Economies with Access to Technologies. The GREAT grant process to determine our eligibility for some additional funds that the North Carolina legislature has approved for that process. Also, discussions with our partners in the school system and Franklin County Schools have highlighted resources that are needed in that area. And of course, the North Carolina legislature has also allocated some resources additional resources to school systems through the Department of Public Instruction. You've heard about school buses serving as Wi-Fi zones and some additional resources. The North Carolina Association of County Commissioners continues to have broadband as a top priority as it meets with legislators and provides guidance to us on areas for support, ways that counties can have a voice in showing support. And of course, we'll hear more about that as we move forward through the legislative process. So I'm highly encouraged that more updates are forthcoming. I'm also realistic, though, about the timeframes for delivery. Provisioning for broadband is a complex task. It requires financial investment, time, and careful attention for the desired results. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Fitzpatrick, and he's going to tell us where we're at with Open Broadband and the progress that we've made. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kim. Good evening. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to join you this evening. I'm Alan Fitzpatrick. I'm the CEO of Open Broadband. We're delighted to be working with the county. And broadband is one of those things that everybody needs, and they need it right now. And as Kim said, it's a process that does take quite a while. So I wanted to give you an update of where we stood with the project and then answer your questions. I also wanted to mention two members of our team are joining me tonight. Kent Lindrich, who's our Chief Technology Officer, is on, as well as Alan Helios, who is our local area manager. I also want to mention that this effort is a joint effort with the county. I cannot say enough for the support that Angela and Kim, Coy, Scott, Christy, Chernan have been providing for this project. It's just been an outstanding teamwork effort to get everything planned and designed and to the point where we are. So let me go through an update. Hopefully you guys have already had a chance to look at some of these materials. I will see if I can get my slides to advance here. Okay, all of you should be looking at a project timeline. If anybody can confirm.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Kim. So this is a 4-year project. We are focusing on 2 sectors of the county per year. So that's why you see the columns. We are in the first year of the project, and the first sector deployment was planned for the first 120 days, which is going to put us at the end of spring, this at the beginning of summer. So at this point, it looks like we are going to have our first customer up by the end of June. We have a second sector that is planned for deployment about 60 days later. However, in our planning process, we believe we can pull the second sector up in time and do it almost in parallel with the first sector. So we're looking to get customers installed starting at the end of June and then going from there. And as you can see in this project timeline, we'll be adding additional sectors each year. What this also means, though, is people may be on the wait list for several years before they get service. It's a 4-year project. Somebody can sign up now expecting to get service in a few weeks, and they may fall into an area that's going to take a while. So I just wanted to point that out to everyone. We've been accepting signups. I think there was an individual earlier this evening that mentioned 875, so he must have seen this slide, which was great. But we're getting signups all over the county. You can tell that this is almost an outline of the county itself. So the need isn't just located in certain pockets, it is widespread. And I'm sure in a lot of these areas, there are other options. You know, cable is in a lot of these areas, but it shows that people are not happy with what they have and they're interested in an alternative. So the decision the county made to move forward with this project has, you know, pretty wide support. So what's been completed so far? We have completed tower agreements, Lewisburg, White Level, and Cone county locations. We also added another tower, which is a Bible Broadcasting Tower in Alert. This was one we didn't originally have in the plan, but during the course of our planning process, it became available to us. And we decided we were going to leverage that tower for that part of the county. We also worked with the county to get a shared fiber connection to allow us to get some work done in advance of our own fiber being in place. And Coy, we want to thank you again for your support and willingness to help us with that. The Owens Park Public Wi-Fi was another project that kind of came up as we were doing our planning process, and we have woven that into this first phase of the project. So that's going to get done in the June, July timeframe as well. We are meeting together as a team, the county and Open Broadband, every 3rd Wednesday. Actually, I got a mistake here. It's not the 15th, it's the 21st this week. And we are sharing information in a newsletter. The first newsletter we sent out was at the end of the first quarter. The second newsletter actually went out this morning. And I checked while this call was going on, and we had about 400 opens of that newsletter so far. So we've issued 2 because we're trying to keep people posted on what's going on. At the same time, we have put together a communication plan. And we need to make sure that we're not getting too many people excited too quickly, only to dash their hopes that they're going to be waiting a while to get their service. So we are consciously deciding when we want to put out information, making sure we put it out in a joint fashion so the county and Open Broadband are saying the same things. So that's where we are with the communication process at this point. So the next steps. We have a fiber circuit on order that'll come up at the end of June at the Emergency Management Center. We'll be installing equipment on 4 towers over the next 45 days. We'll also be installing equipment at Owens Park to get the Wi-Fi going. We'll configure and test all the equipment. We will do site surveys and check the coverage area. We'll be configuring all of our support systems, everything from technical support to billing will all be configured. We will start turning up the initial customers. We want to get the park done right away so we can have it available to as many people as possible quickly, and then start turning up residences. We will more broadly announce and communicate what we're doing in our communications plan. We really wanted to wait until the service was ready and we could turn people up before we really started promoting the communications. And then in the summertime, we'll be doing a lot of surveys and installations. So this is what's coming up over the next 90 days. To set some expectations, projects like this take a while. So I showed earlier where this is a 4-year project. You don't just build a network, in a short period of time. It takes a while to build, and it takes a while to turn up customers. And the process is not first in, first out. So someone may have been the first person to sign up on the wait list. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get service first, because it depends on where they live, which sector they're located in, and how easily we can serve them. So it's not going to be a matter of who was first on the sign-up list. It's also possible we're not going to be able to serve everyone. We are using fixed wireless technology. Fixed wireless will not go through a hill. It doesn't go through the earth. But we can serve a lot of people. But there are going to be some people that we just, based on where they live, if they live sort of in a gully between a couple of hills, we may have a very difficult time getting service to them. So I didn't want anyone thinking that this was a ubiquitous, 100% coverage technology. There are going to be people we can't. Now we use what's called hubs to try to reach as many people as we can. These will be sites closer to the communities. It could be a pole, it could be a rooftop, it could be a tower at a school that we're using to kind of ricochet the signal into a local area. But we're going to need to deploy those over time to fill in the gaps. Most of the service we're going to offer will be the FCC definition of broadband, which is 25 megabits per second. We will provide faster service wherever we can. So we have customers that have 50 megabit speed, 100 megabit speed. If they live in a particular area close enough to the tower where the terrain makes it possible. But the expectation for most people is going to be 25 megabits speed. If you consider kind of what people get with DSL service from CenturyLink, this is going to be roughly 10 times faster. And the service price we have is less than $40 a month. So what we found in the other markets we've got into is our service is more affordable to the residents, and you're getting 10 times faster speed. So their next question is, how fast can I get it, right? We're going to need to hire more installers. So one of our needs is going to be finding qualified people. We'd like to hire people within the county. So we have job postings now. And if you know folks that might be good candidates for us, we'd love to interview them. Support is the question we often get asked. Once the service is up, who do I call if I have a trouble? We have 24/7 support in North Carolina. Our call center is in Wilson, and a few members of our project team got a chance to visit Wilson to go visit the call center. I guess it's been a couple months back. So any Franklin County resident that has trouble with their internet, with their open broadband, they get answered by a North Carolinian, 24/7. We also use frequently asked questions on our website, where customers can basically look for common questions and get answers themselves. They can certainly email us. We're also active on social media. We'll post if there's a problem or an issue that the customers need to know about. We might put it on our Facebook page, put it on Twitter, different forms of social media. And we have a website contact form as well, and that gets used quite frequently. So that's an overall update of where we are with the project. And I figured there would probably be a few questions. So I want to just open up the floor and answer whatever's on your mind.
Any questions for Mr. Fitzpatrick?
I have a couple, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, on the sectors that you mentioned, starting out with just a couple, where are those first sectors, number 1 and number 2, I believe on your spreadsheet there, where are they going to be, what areas are they going to be serving or hoping to service?
It'll be the White Level area and Cone Drive area, roughly a 3 to 5 mile radius around each of those locations.
Where was the second one? I didn't catch that.
I'm sorry, White Level and Cone Drive.
Okay.
There are towers at both locations, and we'll serve about a 3 to 5 mile radius around them.
And you're pretty confident that your ability to provide a 25.3 connection is doable?
It is. This is our minimum speed. We operate in 13 counties across the state today.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things you may have heard about wireless technology is it doesn't do so well with trees. So we have been one of the leading companies in the country using a new frequency, CBRS, which is a 3.65 gigahertz frequency. And I don't mean to get too technical on this call, but the gist of it is the frequency gets through trees that most wireless technology does not. And that allows us to get that broadband speed, even if we do have to go through some rough area.
Okay, so the Cone Drive, isn't that over in the Franklinton area?
Yes.
It is, okay. Because really the real driving force for this this initiative was a concern in the northeast area of our county and its inability to get any type of internet service that had any consistency to it or reliability to it. So I was hoping to hear that we would be focusing our first efforts in that region to really get to those that are most disadvantaged, shall we say, as a populace when it comes to this accessibility. I mean, there was such a promotion of, how e-commerce would play a part and how we would, small businesses could continue to flourish and grow, and the need for small businesses in that area. So I would hope that as we move forward that we put a more specified interest in the northeast section of the county to be sure that, for lack of a better way of saying it, we give them first dibs on our resources in this program as it's rolled out. That would be my hope.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, you did say White Level, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's part of the northeast part of the county.
Are you speaking to me, Ms. Dickerson, or to him?
In general.
Okay.
Okay. Let me address that as well. It was understood from the very beginning that the news came from the northeast section that's where there was a need because there was a group that was formed there, but it was also understood that there were other areas in the county that needed it as well, and it was not a first come, first served basis. I have a question in reference to the Owens Park. Is that, there's a hot spot at Owens Park, is that right?
Correct, and it's actually going to cover the entire park. So while the park office, the administration center, is going to be the hub, we're going to expand the park out into the fields. So when people are walking or jogging or picnicking, and I know there's a large event that occurs there each year, that all of the folks there will have access outside in the grounds, the playground, the maintenance shed, basically the whole park.
And will it expand beyond the park itself?
The public Wi-Fi is really just for the park. We are going to offer service though to the homes around the park. If you've been down that street, there are a lot of individual residential homes. So we're going to offer service to them as well. But a difference between the public Wi-Fi and residential service is public Wi-Fi is is shared. So it's really not encrypted. I wouldn't recommend doing financial transactions on it. You're going to be sharing it with everybody else in the park.
Okay.
If you want a dedicated connection for your home, for schoolwork, for telemedicine, for financial transactions, we really recommend people get their home connections. But we do want to serve the homes all around the park.
Now, you said, I didn't understand the last thing you said about, you recommended what?
Oh, that residents get their own dedicated connection to the internet?
Okay, would that come through you?
Yes. So we provide encrypted wireless connections, so people have a safe experience online.
Now, would that be available to the homes that are surrounding Owens Park?
Yes, sir.
And when do you expect to have the Wi-Fi at Owens Park?
Our plans are to complete that by the end of June, early July. And we would immediately start offering service to the homes there right after that.
Mr. Chairman. Just a note, Owens Park is the northeast part of Franklin County as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question. I'm hearing the Bible Broadcasting Tower and the tower in White Level, and then the Wi-Fi at Owens Park. Are there any other locations for equipment going up? Because the northeastern part of the county is roughly half the county. It encompasses a tremendous area. And I'm just wondering, what other locations are we going to be putting equipment? Because those three are going to fall way short of covering this part of the county.
You're exactly right, Commissioner. So I mentioned a few minutes ago that we were going to need to put in hub sites to broadcast the signal into other pockets. And that's where we're going to have to come up with really throughout the whole county, but Northeast in particular. So one of the areas that's been recommended to us was to work with the schools that have towers and utilize those to fill in coverage and expand beyond just these big towers.
Okay, and something that I have mentioned to staff before to be relayed to Open Broadband is to possibly partner with Nash County on a couple of water towers, one being in the town of Castalia and one a few miles south of there on Highway 58 that I feel would do a great job covering that far eastern part of the county.
We would love to partner with the other county for things like that. And I think to your point, wireless signal doesn't know a county line. So it's easy to go across the county line to support. But absolutely, we would love to work with them and expand the coverage that way.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, question.
Right ahead.
You mentioned about a 4-year plan. What is the obstacle to 4 years? Is it hiring staff or towers or both? And
It was.
Go ahead.
Oh, I think part of it was budget, right? Spreading the cost out over a period of time. Another part is, you're right, the staff and the amount of capital that would have to be deployed.
So your obstacles is finance.
Right. This 4-year plan was something that each of the Carter counties wanted to do, spread out their payments over a 4-year time period. So yes, finance, I guess, was a big part of it.
So if finance came more, you could do it in 2 years or 3 instead of 4?
We could pick up the pace, correct. It just recognizes is similar to saying, well, if you had 9 women, you could have a baby in 1 month as opposed to 9 months. There are some things you can't necessarily pull up faster, but other things you can. So yes, if there was more money spent earlier, we could deploy more towers sooner. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No other questions? All right, well, thank you, Ms. Denton. Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. We encourage you to start the process And to speed it up, maybe you can have an early delivery.
That's right.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. We're excited to be partnering with the county.
All right, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, item number 8 on the agenda is appointments. Franklin County Community Advisory Council. The board is asked to consider appointing 7 to 15 voting members to the CAC. The suggested membership is as follows. All right. What is your pleasure?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'm not familiar with this committee. Is this a new committee that we are forming, or are we replacing an old committee?
What's up, Ms. Harris? Where is she? Unmute yourself, Angela. Angela?
Commissioner Jones wants to speak.
I can answer that question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Basically, the mental health program has been reconstructed, and they have a council now and also an advisory council to meet the needs of the citizens quickly, and it involves citizens that are involved in the health profession. So it's nothing new, it's that they're reorganizing the current councils they had to make them broader.
Okay. And were the people on our previous mental health committee, were they appointed by this board of commissioners, or how were they?
Yes.
Right. So these were the appointees from the old mental health board?
Some of them are. Each person that was on a current board as of last year was invited to reapply for a board. If they chose to, they were reappointed. If they chose not to, they weren't. So you have a cross section of some old ones like me, and some new ones are coming on the board.
Okay. Good to know.
Thank you.
All right, what's the pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to table this because I'd like to get into some research of the earlier comment that was made by the gentleman in the public comment time, where he mentioned that there was a couple people who were not members of or didn't live in Franklin County.
Mr. Chairman, can I address that?
You certainly can.
What he didn't understand was that some of the committee members are professionals that may work in Franklin County, don't live here in Franklin County. So they're all involved in Franklin County every day. Some people don't live in Franklin County.
Okay.
We got people all over the county live somewhere else, from DSS, the health department, everywhere else. But this committee members, they work here every day, just may not live here. So voter registration has not a whole lot to do with how they work and live in Franklin County.
I agree with you. I guess probably what would make it easier for everybody involved would be for next to each one of these recommendations is to tell us who these people are. I mean, that would make a lot more, sense for us to be able to make an informed decision, understanding, oh, this is a person that's been working in our health department for 20 years, or whatever the case may be. But we just have a list of these people, and I know 4 or 5, but I don't know them all. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Mr. Jones. I'm going to yield to your knowledge because I respect and appreciate what you do. And I believe that if you say this is a good list, then I'm going to support you in it. How about that?
It's a good list.
Hey.
Kristen.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a quick comment. I realized as we were sitting here that Cardinal Innovations sent forth that recommendation, and they also sent registration forms. It's not exactly like our form, but they have sent detailed information of those folks. So I'm sorry I did not put that in the packet, but we do have that information. But that recommendation came from Cardinal. If Commissioner Jones can back me up on that, so we can either move forward with that recommendation tonight, or if you want to, we can table it until Thursday and I can forward that email to you, and I apologize for that.
Each person was asked to apply. They were interested in the council, and they did.
I'll remove my my earlier motion for table after hearing Commissioner Jones's information. I'm comfortable with a vote here.
All right, then, will you make a motion to approve?
I will. I so move, Mr. Chair.
So moved by Mr. Shriver. Can I get a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Dickerson. Any questions? We haven't heard any questions. We will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Foy?
Yes.
Mr. Bunn?
Yes.
Mr. Speed?
Yes.
Mr. Speed?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
I can vote for myself, yes.
Okay. And I vote yes. Okay.
Thank you for your support, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Any nays? Haven't heard any nays? It is so 14. All right. Item number 9 is other business. Any other business?
No, sir.
Mr. Schreiber?
I have two. One is regarding water.
Yes, sir.
One is regarding water, and my question on that is twofold. One is, can we get some type of indication of what the timeline is going to be on a response back from our engineering firm on the commissioning of this water supply study we had been, we're being involved in? I haven't heard anything about that, and that is obviously something very important going on. And secondly, I would like to just go on record as asking the county manager and our public utilities director to consider some type of water rate increase. I think it's long overdue. We know we're having a growing demand for water, and we're going to have to fund it. And it's a whole lot easier for people to absorb a small increment in a step process than trying to get them to jump up 6 steps in a ladder at one time. And I've spoken about even simply just $1 more, but implementing something. If we're going to go up on solid waste fees, 12, 14%, surely we ought to go up 0.5% on water to help begin to provide that nest egg that we're going to need to continue to provide that water to the demand that's being here. So those are my 2 thoughts for water.
Thank you so much. All right. Anyone else? The other business? Then we will certainly ask that the manager would take in consideration those comments.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, item number 10 is board manager and clerk comments. Ms. King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only comment that I wanted to make was that I'm going to ask the board to recess tonight's meeting. We have a meeting scheduled for this Thursday, the 21st at 3 o'clock, and that is for a budget session, but I would like to recess tonight's meeting till Thursday at 3.
All right.
No other comments from me.
All right. Madam Vice Chair?
No comments.
Mr. Foy?
Yes, I just had a few questions. I guess going back, if I heard the health director right, about the timelines on like restaurants opening up, churches being allowed to take in their followers again. Any clarification on that, on the timelines?
I don't think the health director made any comments on that other than the executive order number 122 that will be addressed probably one day this week as relates to the phase 2 of the pandemic that we're in by the governor. So when the director didn't make anything, he just made note that those would be issued, would be addressed, if you will, in the presentation by the governor.
Okay, when is that supposed to happen?
Well,
when you say
one day this week, Mr. Ford. One day this week.
One day this week.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And is that connected with the curfew also?
That's tied in with the curfew as well.
Okay. Well, that's all I have. Just those questions.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bunn.
I have no comments.
All right. Mr. Speed.
Yes, and I know we're going to be discussing this in a few weeks when we reach the deadline with the radio system on the extension that we gave them. But I received quite a few complaints from users over the weekend, particularly yesterday. A lot of trouble there. And I also had the opportunity the other day to do a ride along and experience Viper, and honestly say that there is no comparison to what we're using and the Viper system. It's night and day. just something to be considering for the next few weeks and making our decisions.
All right. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones? Unmute yourself.
No comment.
No comment. Okay. Mr. Shriver? Okay. Mr. Shriver?
You're muted.
I'll only have one comment. I just want to, we've been so busy recognizing people during this pandemic. I think we've left a very special person out, and that person is mothers. So I'd like to thank my mother for this great haircut that I got, because she continues to look out for me at almost 50 years now. So to Mom, thank you for keeping me looking good. And to all the moms out there keeping all their children in the best shape they can, my hat's off to them.
And your mother cut my hair as well.
Call her, she's retired.
All right. All right. Any other shout outs? All right. Madam Manager?
Yes, sir. Just a comment about the different committees. I think one of our citizens tonight spoke about Franklin County residents and non-residents on different committees. We have quite a few boards and committees in the county. I know a couple of years ago, Kristen King and I looked at the number. It was several hundred, just a little under 300 people at any point in time serving on committees. Some by statute with their position have the appointments, and sometimes those folks might live in Wake Forest. They may live in a neighboring county in Nash County or whatever. So the gentleman that spoke earlier tonight, Kristen, we will look at the information that Cardinal sent you to see if statutorily with this committee now with mental health is requiring people in their positions. So that's something that perhaps that we can provide moving forward as well. My one comment is in reference to the census. We still have time to complete the census. There's not a final date due to a completion. Due to the pandemic. And I want to give you just a few. I appreciate Richie Duncan forwarding me this information earlier today. How are we doing nationally? 58.5% completion rate. In North Carolina, 55.8. In Franklin County, we're at 53.9%. And this is as of today. So we want to encourage everyone to complete the census. You can go to my2020census.gov. We have information under the Planning and Inspections tab. Our planning department has taken the lead this year on census. It's very easy. It can be done by phone, via email, or online. A lot of federal funding that is funneled through the states and that eventually comes to the counties for different programs is dependent on this, on the census number. So just want to encourage everyone to take the time to complete the census. That's all that I have.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for the comments you made. I'd like to, since we're giving shout outs tonight to everyone, I'd like to thank my 100-pound German Shepherd for keeping me company while I've been sheltered in place here. Her name is Trixanne. And so if you want to commend her for keeping me company, keep me smiling. Having said that, I'd also like to thank all of our essential workers. I want to thank all of our essential, especially those workers in our nursing centers, in our nursing homes, who indeed are on the forefront, indeed where the hot spots are, and who work there every day at low wages. But they present themselves to the onslaught of this pandemic that we're facing and the virus that's rampaging across our country today. Now, having said that, I appreciate everything that those essential workers do, those who the correctional officers in our correctional centers where the hot spots are indeed popping up. I commend them. Our grocery clerks, those who face all of us every day when we come to the line. Our refuge and our garbage collectors who collect all of our trash that may indeed have some evidence of COVID-19. I want to appreciate them for all of the work that they do, along with our EMS workers and our first responders who face these conditions every day. I want to thank them and commend them for the great work that they do. In addition to my 100-pound German Shepherd for keeping me company and keeping me balanced. Indeed. Thank you so much. All right. Item number 11. I'm sorry. Item number 11. Did someone say something? Okay. Item number 11 is a closed session. The board is asked to conduct a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3, attorney-client privilege communications. What is the pleasure?
So moved.
Was that a move by Mr. Shriver?
Yes, sir.
And second by whom?
Second.
By Mr. Speed. All right. Any questions? Any comments? Mr. Foy? Mr. Foy? Unmute yourself, Mr. Foy.
No.
All right. Mr. Bunn?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Dickinson?
Yes.
Yes, and I vote yes as well. And so may it be done. We will now enter into a closed section. We will leave this meeting, and you have instructions, I believe, as we enter into our closed session. Is Ms. King, do you have any last minute instructions that we give us before we do that?
No, sir. Just to let everybody know that I sent you that link earlier today, so you should have that at your fingertips. We'll see you in closed session.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Coy. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, okay, well, everybody else is coming on. Never mind.
Okay. All right, roll call.
Mine had to reload, so others may be having that delay.
Okay. Is Mr. Four here? Mr. Vaughn?
Let's see, we have a quorum? We have a quorum.
Okay. All right, we entertain a motion to re-enter into open session.
So moved.
Is that moved by Mr. Schreiber, second by Mr. Jones?
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
Are there any questions? All right, Ms. Dickinson?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Speed?
Yes.
All right, I vote yes. All right, well, the questions, all in favor, let it vote, said aye, all opposed, nay. Ayes have it, so ordered.
All right.
Now, nothing to cover in closed session, so we will entertain a motion to recess
So move.
till Thursday's meeting.
Second.
Is Mr. Bunn, did you make that motion?
Yes, sir, I did.
The second by Mr. Jones, is that right?
Sure.
All right, any questions? No further questions. Mr. Schreiber?
Good night, sir.
All right.
And everyone else, good night.
Ms.
Good
Dickinson?
night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Well,
Madam Vice Chair?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Speed?
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Y'all one day next Thursday.
Excuse me?
I said, I'll see y'all one day next Thursday.
All right, very good.
This Thursday.
This Thursday.
All right, all in favor, let it know by saying aye, the ayes have it, so ordered. This meeting is adjourned.
Amen.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Reset.
Good night.
All a good night.
Have a good night. All right.
Same to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Coy.
You're welcome. Thank you.